All right, we are live. It is Wednesday, and we are back to working on our embroidery canvas project today. I'm hoping to get started on the Christmas stuff soon, and that means we'll either have to take a break on this or we'll have to pause the flamingo needle felting, or I might have to squeak in an extra day occasionally. The only day I'd really be able to do that is Saturdays. But we will see. Good evening, Tommy. How are you? Hopefully all is well. So today we're going to pick up with our blue water on this one. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm going to do because we're a little behind on the needle felting. Kind of didn't want to disrupt anybody. But the needle felting is going to take us a little bit. I don't know what the weather's going to be tomorrow during stream. As it was, I wasn't real sure what today was going to bring. Because to our north a bit's a little sketchy, and it's drifting towards the state line of our area, but I don't know if it's going to actually drift down to us. Coming down from the north, so we will see. And I'll try to keep an eye on that. We're not under any watches or anything at the moment. We were like just on the edge of the risk zone, and the local weather forecast took us out of any potential rain in the hourly, but they're not always right. You're absolutely great, especially when I get to watch your stream. All right, well, good to hear that you're having a good day. We are just kind of picking back up with working on this guy. Man, I'll tell you, this thread today has been a nightmare. What happened here? I was trying to get some work done on the background of this guy. You know what? We need to be up a little bit more. Because we're right there near the bottom. Alright. We're still a little near the edge there, but I think we'll be okay. I was trying to get some work done on the background of this today. Off and on a little bit. And man, that thread I was using today knotted like crazy. So I got from about here down to here. You can actually see some definition around that bit of coral now that I've got that background in. And it looks a lot cleaner than the spots that did not get... Oh, don't you dare. You did. I do not like this thread. This thread and I do not get along. Now, I'm not saying that I've never had the DMC knot up on me. I have. But it's not usually every thread pull. This is getting silly. Thank you. So, oh, I got some more work done on my Bob Ross inspired one that I made from scratch. So right now I am down here working on the grass coming in on this hill. I still have to work on this hill to get the grass work in a little bit here, but that's probably gonna be the last bit I do if I even put any grass work in on that part. Because then I've got shrubbies that I need to get into here. So this guy's getting closer to being done. And I need to get that one done before we can even contemplate working on that one, on the Christmas stuff, because I need the stand. The stand will make life so much easier. Has already proven itself worth the money that was spent on it tremendously. Oh, hold on. What am I feeling? Okay. I thought I had another snag issue. But it looks like it's just a tiny thread tail that may have come unsecured. Potentially. I don't know. I didn't feel it there earlier. I guess we'll figure it out when we get that far. I'm not feeling it pull unnaturally, but that doesn't mean much. Yeah. I have to remember to try to talk a little bit louder today because I've got a fan on. Because it is toasty in here. The old doggo was demanding a second outing before we got started here, and I was like, buddy, it's awfully hot out. Like, our feels like at this time of night, let's see, what time is it? It was about 6:30 going on 7 p.m. somewhere in there. And it still had a feels like outside of 96. I'm like, ugh. Must we? It's pretty windy though. But it's a hot wind. We've got a tropical system. I don't know if it's a depression or if it became a tropical storm. Got that going on down on the Gulf around Texas, Louisiana way. So that's kind of to our south. We've got this mess going on to our north. And we're just kind of stuck sitting here in the middle. I did see one potential forecast coming up where their future radar locally was showing us in a mess at like 4 a.m. Friday morning. And I'm like, oh no, not another late night shenanigans. Mr. Doggo is not gonna be a fan of that at all. Which means I'm not going to be a fan of that because that's about when I have fallen asleep. Hopefully it's not anything too bad. It'll just be run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. But this spring fading into summer's severe season has not been a good time. We've been under a few swirly sky warnings, more than I like to be. I am not a fan of the swirly skies. We would have an occasional swirly sky watch in South Jersey, but here it's pretty pretty common. And there's 2 severe seasons here. There's not just one. So there's like a spring severe season, and then there's a late fall, early winter severe season. Like, I never thought I would be in a tornado watch in December, and we have been, and I'm like, okay. Like, this is wild. Piece of gesso in there that I didn't want to be in there. So it was gonna do that. Okay, so that takes us up to this guy. Now, these 2 are pretty much right next to each other. So this is one of those instances where the black thread in the background is definitely going to come into handy and come into play to clean that up a bit. I had the thought of maybe just doing the black thread over it. And kind of omitting it since it was so close. But at the same time, I think it's going to be pretty noticeable of an empty slot there if I do that. So we'll just try to bring the black thread in through there. And like I said, I have been trying to get some of that done during the week. In between the live streams. And but it's also been pretty rough headache wise, allergy wise, the past week and a half, and I haven't been able to get much done, which is frustrating. because I'll feel just on the wrong side of the edge of crappy, where trying to focus on anything is just not working. Wasn't sure if I needed to stick in another thread there, but I think we're okay enough. Alright, so next guy's probably gonna be this one. Like the very edges on the ends don't have to be super perfect. Because like I said, we're going to come back in and clean those up later. Just like how I'm going to repaint all of that, because there's a very distinct white line visible from where the needle came up. So some of this background work might get done on stream, but that'll probably just be me doing any last minute catch up. Like, I'm sure when we get to the end of all of the colorful stitching, we'll come back in and finish this guy up on stream, or I could finish up in a video, but I feel like if we've seen it through that far on live stream, then we should probably just finish it on live stream. Besides, I've got more than enough video editing piling up again. I need to get Bookshop Simulator edited because I've only got 6 more episodes of, well, no, is it 6 or is it 7? I think episode 99 of Little Known Galaxy is going up tonight on the YouTube channel. And I've got 106 episodes total, so maybe it's 7. Anyhow, that's almost done, so I need to get... I have it recorded. I think I have maybe 8 episodes recorded so far. I had only meant... I'd been trying to keep them around a half an hour, but so far about a half an hour has been like one in-game day. So then at times, if the first in-game day only was like 20 minutes, that's not... I pulled the stitch up, but it was caught on the purple. So now I have to try to fix that. And the only way I think I'm able to fix it is to try to hide it. As best as I can there. Alright, so yeah, I've got to get that edited. Because I usually like batch record them. And then when I go to edit, then I find the problem and I'm like, oh great. So now I have to put a little asterisk note in the video description about, hey, I know about the thing. I record these in batches of however many I get through in a day. The one day, the one episode, I was like, okay, well, this day was only like 20 minutes. Let's squeeze in a second day. And then I was having trouble remembering what I had to do to make the little scan order gun work. And I accidentally ended the day prematurely. So I ended up with 3 days in that video, and that ended up being a much longer video than I had intended. I think that one ended up being like an hour and a half. So major oof there. I did eventually figure it out. I think it might have been on the screen and I just didn't register that it was there, and I'm like, it's got to tell me somewhere, and I'm, not seeing it. I'm feeling like an idiot because I'm not seeing it, and then after the fact, I saw it on the screen, and I'm like, oh, right. It's like, I know it told me somewhere, and I'm like looking in my keybinds trying to find it where it wasn't listed. So that was annoying, but what can you do, right? I've also started to really enjoy this stupid supermarket game that I've been messing around with. It's not the greatest game, like art style wise or anything. It's very much similar to the other ones that are out there, but it was free, which my budget's like, yeah, okay, we'll give this a try. Though I am disappointed because I found out the only way to change the flooring or the wall color is to buy a DLC, and I get it, it's just I didn't see that mentioned before I started playing. I thought the DLC was only like player cosmetics. So now I'm like, do I want to bother getting more attached to this, or do I want to save up for a different one? No, I don't know. I'll probably keep messing around with the free one when I need a break from doing other stuff. Don't know if I'm going to stream that or not. Because, no offense, but I don't know you all, so I really don't want everybody asking to join the game. If I don't know you, why would I let you join the game? Because I don't know what you're gonna do. And I don't want you, like, messing everything up on purpose. Getting a kick out of frustrating me on stream, because I'm sure there's those individuals out there. Okay. Alright, so. And I'm also recording the other stitching project that I just showed you that I've been working on for the channel. I have no idea how long that edit's gonna take. But hopefully I can get done working on the that thing this weekend. I don't know if I will. I probably realistically need like 2 more weeks to completely finish it, if not more. So then I can start work on the Christmas kits. Okay. But right now we are trying to save up for Planet Zoo 2. Because that we both want. At least we don't have to buy 2 copies of it. Because we should be able to Steam Family Share it. I have no idea what this is that is in my ears, but I don't know, I'd almost rather listen to the weather forecast. I mean, you guys won't be able to listen to it, but I've done that before. Another reason why I wanted to start a bit early today was just in case things got silly. A bit later. Alright, so we are working on the dark blue section of the water here. Yeah, I was afraid that was what was going to happen there. There was a bit of a gap. I just exaggerated it. Because when I tried to fix it, I came up through the same hole I had just gone down. And that's not helping anybody. I'll tell you, these headphones lately have just been making my ears so sore. I wear glasses. And the over the head standard headphones like push the backs of my ears into the little arms on my glasses. I have a pair of wireless earbuds. but they are linked to my Kindle right now. And I can't hear my streaming software cues through my Kindle unless I have the stream audio full running in my ears, which I don't really need to hear double what I'm saying constantly. So I'd have to pair it to the PC. But if I do that, then I have to make it forget that it's linked to the Kindle. I had a pair of wired earbuds for a long time. But after a while, those made my inner ear sore. So I just can't win lately with that. And I have like the smallest possible pair of headphones I could possibly get. They're like the old Walkman style ones. Like they're super small. There's not really hardly anything to them because I needed something that wasn't going to be big and bulky and heavy. And I'm not sure if it would be as obnoxious if I didn't have my glasses on, but once I start wearing my glasses for the day, if I take them off, then forget it. Like what I'm doing now, I'm looking under my glasses actually. Because trying to look through them, it makes this uncomfortably close. My vision's in a weird place at the moment, where the computer screen feels a little close. Or at the very least, slightly out of focus. Just slightly uncomfortable. It's much more comfortable to do this without my glasses, like what I'm doing right now. But if I look up and try to look at anything past my computer screen, like across the room or whatever, then it starts to get really fuzzy. So that's something else I have to try to save up for. Because for some reason, your eyes are not considered part of medical insurance. You have to have a special like add-on for it, like dental. But anyhow, we will see how this goes. Right, like we're almost caught up to our eye here. We still have to stitch the eye. So I still have a little bit of blue on this needle. So I guess we'll kind of keep the dark blue party going. And just kind of pop over to here. This might be the last one I get off of this threading. So our new Michael still hasn't opened yet. I saw people talking about they heard it was going to be like August now. Which is a bit disappointing, but it's either I hold out for that one or we suck it up and make the drive to the one that's about 50 miles from here. It's about an hour. It's not a great drive either. Over a bunch of really high ravines and through a bunch of mountainy up and downs. I suppose I could just order the stuff online, but I don't know. Either that or I might try to hold out and see when in August this closer one is supposed to open. Because I don't think that one's through as much mountainy stuff to get to. Because the mountainy stuff is not easy on the husband. So, I don't know. Gonna have to see what all is happening there. Because there was some sort of delay. They were supposed to open like the end of April, beginning of May. So not real sure what caused that delay. I probably never will know. But I'm gonna need some more embroidery thread. I have to design my brother's Christmas present. Sort of from scratch and sort of from online photos because I had to change what I'm doing for him. That means I gotta make sure I've got the right color thread and that I've got enough of it. And I do need some more thread boxes, but the thread boxes I might actually get from Walmart. That's where I've been able to find them the least expensive. Like, I think they were a couple dollars from Walmart. I think at Michael's they were almost $4. Hobby Lobby was a little bit cheaper than Michael's on those, but I think Walmart was still probably cheaper than Hobby Lobby. But Hobby Lobby, and it might be true for Michael's too, I don't know. You've got to know what you're looking for, right? Because a box similar to this, right? It's just a storage box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 compartment. There's one longer compartment. It's like a double length. These aren't adjustable. This is how it comes. Those are sturdy in there. One of these, it's all messed up here from where the sticker was attached. But one of those in a Hobby Lobby in the sewing department was X number of $. I walked over to the jewelry department and they had them there and it was like $1 cheaper for the same exact box. And I was like, what? I was like, this is dumb. But I'm like, it's the same exact box. Why? It's just this one says beads and the other one's like thread. It's the same box. The number of compartments, the way they were placed. It might have even been the same company. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm like, yeah, okay. So just make sure that you do your shopping. And trying to price them online has been ridiculous because they've been like anywhere from like $5.99 to like $15 for the same box. I'm like, no. I'm not paying that for, got a snag back here. It doesn't feel too terrible, but I can definitely feel it. Or at least it feels like it's there. Maybe I fixed it. So you definitely want to shop around. But yeah, so far Walmart's the best price I have come across on those. Oh my goodness, like what is... Okay, that is all sorts of jacked up back here. Good thing that it's on the back. Oh, no, no. Stay there. So that it doesn't matter quite so much. Okay, I think that's all I'm gonna be able to get out of that. Oh yeah, we did kind of. I'm not sure what. Oh, oh, we lost one of the strings. Oh, that's weird. All right, well that only got moved through once. I did not even feel that. Okay, so that's possible. Wow. All right then. So what do we want to do now? Do we want to backtrack to the eye and then keep moving forward? Or do we want to keep working on the blue down here? Because this thing is in here. I don't think that's part of that. It kind of looks like it should be, though. But I don't think it is. I think it's just this guy. So, I mean, we could keep going with the dark blue for now. Let's do another round of the dark blue. Like, it won't hurt none. Sorry, I'm just checking our weather real quick since we have to rethread anyway. Heavy rainfall. Interesting. Oh wait, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I skipped a step. Hold on. Back it up. That's 2. Okay, 3 and 3. So I am splitting my thread to 2 3s. When it lets me. Alright, so far today it's been cooperative. And I haven't had to pull out a needle threader. I like to cut the little bit after the knot as close to the knot as I can get it. Just so it's one less thing for me to pull on. Okay, so I guess we'll start here-ish. Approximately. Yep, nice. Alright, some sort of shenanigans just happened back here, and I'm not entirely sure what. But something silly did. And I guess as long as we can kind of tack it down and move on, then I suppose it's all good. Yeah, so not only do I need to get Bookshop Simulator edited for the channel, or at least start that editing. I don't have a huge amount of it backlogged, but I have to work on the editing for that other stitching project I've been doing. Like I said, I have no idea how long that is going to take. It started. I just don't know how long it's going to be. It also depends on if I end up doing an extra day of streaming to start the Christmas stuff. So I'm trying to avoid having to rush through anything. So there we go. And this is turning into quite the beast of a project here, but you know what? I'm okay with that. And this is one that we are keeping. And we're gonna pop up on the wall eventually. We haven't been to the farmer's market yet. With the way I've been sleeping so late, I don't know if we're gonna get there. I might just end up posting the stuff on eBay, just being done with it. I don't know. We will see. Say that, or I just hold on to what I've got and try for next year. That'll give the husband some time to get some stuff whittled together too. But I just haven't been anywhere near waking up early enough lately. It's gonna be kind of hard to sit there in the heat trying to babysit a table of art stuff to give away. I've only fallen asleep at 4, and I need to be down there by like 7:30 to start setting up. But we'll see. Definitely need to charge my portable fan. If we do end up doing it. I was battling Bean right before I got started, so I will not be terribly surprised if we have a Bean pop up and try to join the stream, because he was being real insistent. I must have put him back down on the floor like 6 times. And he kept standing on our piece while I had it attached to my little third hand there, which was slightly problematic. Do we have enough thread on here to get through this one? That is the question. And I do not know. But we shall find out together. I will not be surprised if we don't. I do know I've got a lot of black thread to catch up on here. I have greatly fallen behind on that. So hopefully tomorrow I can get some of that done. That would be fabulous if life allows that to happen. Is this guy gonna go like right up to the edge of the stretcher bar? Oh, it might. That might make things a little complicated when I go to do the background stitching. Just a bit. That's not bad. I've not got a whole lot still on here, but I guess we can do a few more stitches here. That should be okay, I guess. Because I'll try to get as many stitches out of this as we can, right? And hope that we've got enough to carry us through. Because it's definitely been nerve-wracking figuring out, do we have enough of multiple shades of this? I think we're just about yeah, I don't want to try to get any more out of that. I still need to kind of wrap that through. Okay. So I've got one more bit of this blue pulled out. So I could keep going with that and finish up this guy. And I can probably hit this one and this one. Maybe. Depends on how much mileage we get. And then maybe we can go back and get the rest of the eye there. Or at least start the rest of the eye. No, maybe we won't get a piece of the storm system. I kind of stopped dipping south. Oh. I did not get a good grip on that. Okay. It is all sorts of... Oh, stab ourselves if I leave my hand there. So it is all sorts of hilarious seeing the difference between where I've done the background stitching so far and where I have not. So I have not background stitched from here up into here into here. From here and up has all been done, so that looks a bit cleaner, a bit crisper. And then the section that hasn't been done yet is the one that looks a little bit more disheveled and messy and honestly slightly blurry. That is hilarious. But I am okay with that because it's actually showing me that the effort of doing the background stitching is entirely worth it with how much it's making the rest of it pop as it's going in. You know what? Give me 1 second. I don't always wear these elasticy cloth stretchy hairbands, but my fan is blowing the little tiny wispy hairs that are just on my temple into my eye. And it hurts and is making my eyes water. So let's not do that and hope that this will be enough to appease things. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. My eye is all sorts of angry now. It's still kind of doing it, but I don't really have a spot to put my fan in a more head-on position. Unfortunately. The only place I have to really put it is to the side. Though I'm about 30 seconds away from putting my hair up in a towel. You know what? I think I might. Hey, are you busy?
What's that?
Can you grab my hair towel out of the bathroom?
Yeah, why?
Because...
Are you getting whacked?
Yeah, and it's making my eye water. I don't really have any scarves or anything.
Here you go.
Thank you. I was hoping the headband was gonna suffice. It did not.
I didn't think it would.
Oh, although I can't have my headphones on then. Well, we'll try it with the headphones on.
Can you not tie it back further?
Well,
Loosely tie it over the headphones?
I'm gonna see if I can put the headphones under it.
Yeah.
Don't know if that's gonna work. Nope. That's not gonna work. Nope. Oh, goodness sake. This is ridiculous. I might have to. I might have to do my hat. As ridiculous as this is. We will try the hat. The only problem is that it's still kind of making my eyelashes flutter. I guess I could turn down the speed of the fan, but at least the little hairs aren't whapping me in the eyeball anymore. Although, of course, now that I've said that, it will probably start doing it again. Okay. So yes, if you see all the, like the little white flecks that go flying at times. Dang it. Then that is bits of the gesso trying to flake off into little pieces from the needle popping through it. Dang it. So now I'm gonna be stuck in the loop now of coming back up through the hole I just went down, it seems. It happens, for me at least, quite regularly. Sorry if my hat dips into the shot, but it's the best I can do for now. That popped into there. So I probably don't have enough thread on this to finish this one over here, but we'll take it as far as we can. Okay. Yeah, because this one's a bit wider, so I don't know how far we're gonna go with this bit of thread. I mean, it'd be nice if we get this shape finished, but I'm not so sure. Okay, let's see. Get this, oh, that guy. That was almost a problem there. I was like, oh. keep on going here. Just trying to see how far we can get on this guy today. I mean, I feel bad when we're working mostly on the water globs, but it's still part of it that needs happening. Ooh, it's gonna be really close. For sure. Just because this guy was a bit wider. Oh, that didn't feel like a good time. It felt like my threads tried to catch there. Oh, hey, we did have just enough. How about that? Alright. I'm going to try to get that wound under a couple of stitches there. Alright. So got that there. Okay, so let me Okay. So let's see, we're on this one. All right, so let's get our pink threaded on here. Okay. And let me trim that down. All right, so let's pick back up. with our letter I here. Yeah, I suppose at one point we'll have to work on the background on stream eventually. And we'll see how, what the heck just happened here? I somehow was pulling the tail. And it was trying to undo what we've done. Now this is a DMC thread. The dark blue was a like a Coates and Clark thread. There we go. So this is one of the shades that I had to buy extra of that I tried to color match to the Coates and Clark shade. It's not 100% perfect, but it was as close as I could get for what I had access to. So I'm gonna try to do the DMC shade and then switch back over to the Coates and Clark shade for the S, just to kind of make it look a little more deliberate in case it's terribly noticeable. But they are, in fact, different shades. Really? That was fast. Alright, let me see here. But what did they... Okay, that's what they did. Alright, hang on. Moobot, you didn't yell. Or if you did, I didn't hear you. Oh, I might have had my headphones off. Pop that in. Okay, there's one. And then we had a second one with their advertisements. Okay. Sorry about that. I know they just keep popping up, but if we don't report them, then the madness will definitely continue. So, like I said, I am doing 3 strands on this. Uh-oh. Why are you being so difficult tonight? I don't understand. Okay. The heck here? What happened? Something happened. Because one of the threads was suddenly much. Oh, and now that I trimmed it, I fixed it, kind of. So now I'm gonna have to trim the rest of it. It's just one of those days where everything wants to fight with me. Just one of them days. What can I say? So everybody else is having a good day. There we go. Alright. Let's try this again. We'll blame the advertisement bots for mussing up everything. How about that? That works for me. And hey, we added 2 more people to the ban list. Alright. We are working on the rest of our letter I. Already got the dot filled in. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little nervous to start the Christmas kits because, like I said, the one kit says something about a fancy free stitch or free fancy stitch. I have no idea what they're talking about. So these kits might definitely be a choose your own adventure to a degree. Once we get started with them. And makes the other two, or the other kit that I did from a different company, look a lot easier. So. And even that one had some questionable directions. I mean, I did get 3 kits for like $10 on that one, but Oh my goodness, what is in my eye? It feels like I've got a speck of dust or something floating around in there. So again, sorry if my hat pokes into the frame. It is the only thing that was keeping the little tiny wispy hairs from tapping the edge of my eye. It is much too warm in here to not have the fan on. And this fan is sitting to the side of me. That's the only place I had to really put it. I mean, I might be able to change where it's sitting, but it would just be kind of blowing at me from a different side angle. I don't really have a spot to put it where it would blow directly on me from a forward position. Alright, so this is going to take a little bit of thread to get this guy done here. Okay. Let's extend that a little bit. Okay. So, we're getting there. I think I'm gonna hold off on our plant down here until I get caught up with the other stuff above it and work my way back down. So, like, I've got a fish up here. We've got a fish here. We have to figure out what shades we're gonna do these guys in. Why are you being silly? Alright, so get that guy. I'm not really sure how I'm gonna pull off this guy. Kind of did the glue and didn't think about where the stitches were gonna come from, and now I'm like, I've definitely set myself up with quite a challenge here at times. Okay. I'll get a few more stitches here. So this is a wider bit of real estate, so it's going to take a little bit more thread to complete this shape. And when I'm all done, I'm going to repaint the edge of the canvas in a more matte black. Because I'm not real crazy about how shiny this first black that went down came out. I was worried that that was going to happen. But part of me was like, but I've got all this black paint in this shade, or in this tube, so maybe we should just try to use it. Maybe it won't be so weird. No. Didn't really work for me. And I've gotten the edges kind of scuffed up and everything, so just to clean it all up when we're all said and done. Probably, what, maybe one more stitch here. Okay. Here, let's see if we can get this woven under here. All right. Trim that. So when I'm all done, all right, I'm going to come back in with a little bit of tacky glue and just kind of go over the back just to kind of tack everything down. Or I might glue some felt onto here. That might make it a little bit harder to hang, so I don't know. But I do have some kind of idea. I just haven't decided 100% what it's going to be. Okay. So let's get a new piece of thread out. That last piece had been left over from when I did the dot circle. There. So let's get this separated out here. Okay, set that piece off to the side. Okay. Alright, we are all rethreaded and ready to hop back in here. Hopefully that's not the same hole. No. Good, good. Okay. And we'll just keep on stitching away. What the heck? What happened here? Oh, for Pete's sake. How did that even... No, no, no. No, no, no. That was not okay. On Earth is... Okay, you know what? I've at least got the snag a little bit smaller. So like I said, DMC can be silly too. And since it's all doing it to me tonight... Okay. Alrighty. So if I can keep from having silliness happen on the underside of this, that would be helpful. Oh my goodness, come on. Okay. So one of the big reasons why I am coming back in and doing this background stitching is because of all of this. You can see all of these like blurry white areas. That's from me pulling the needle up through and all the little needle holes. like all these little white bits that you might see bouncing when I'm pulling the needle through is the bits of gesso that were on this canvas that flaked off. Okay. So we're a little bit, we're about what, maybe almost halfway up the eye, a little under halfway. And that is probably going to take, maybe at least one more rethreading. I don't know if it's going to be 2 more rethreads, but potentially could be. Okay. So we're almost done our second letter. Almost. So the S might be a little tricky just with all the curves on it. But then again, it could also end up being one of our easiest letters. That E is probably going to be trouble. Just because it's got the inner bit there. To deal with. So that's probably going to be a bit of a thread guzzler. Okay. That. Yeah, probably one more rethread. Just judging by how far up we are. All right. We're getting there. It's gonna be a long haul project. for sure. It's certainly not been as quick of a project as I think I imagined it was going to be. But that's okay. That is perfectly okay. Alright, I'm not in a huge time crunch on this, since we are working on this for ourselves. See, didn't think that had gone away. Okay. Might only get maybe one more stitch out of this comfortably. Yeah. I mean, I could try to get one more, but with my thread doing stupid things back here. Somehow got it wrapped up around itself. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this guy threaded. And hopefully this time it doesn't do anything silly. You can definitely see on the back where I've gotten the black stitching done and where I haven't. Okay, time to change how we are in there. Position change time. Okay. Alrighty. Let's jump on back into this guy. I'm thinking that this might be the last bit of thread I need for this letter, maybe. But we will see. Okay. I will say this goodness, what is going on? It's just being silly. All right. Anyhow, sorry to say this hat is working out better than I expected it to. All right, so this bit in here, although, you know, if our thread keeps fighting us today, I might have to rethread the needle again. We will see. We'll see how this goes. Okay. Definitely filling in pretty well. I just have a little bit of a nub here to finish filling in on this letter. Oh, dang it. That was not intended. Okay. This one just keeps wanting to spread out here, which certainly doesn't help with the hope of not having to rethread this to finish this letter. But there's also been other times where I'm like, no, there's no way. We're going to have to rethread it, and we've made it. So I'm uncertain on how this is going to go. If I do need to rethread this, then we're going to flip this guy upside down. Because it's getting a little bit of a stretch here to reach comfortably. Alright, we got that guy. You know what? I think we're gonna have to rethread this. For just that little bit. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Dang. We're gonna be just short here. I don't want to pull too much further out because we're almost out of a tail there. Alright, so I think we will rethread it there. I mean, I might have been able to get one more stitch in there, but it was kind of cutting it a bit close there. It is quite a mess there, though. Alright, I'm going to flip this upside down. Alright, and we are here. Okay, so that'll still have us kind of in frame there. Yeah. Alright, so let me get another. Dang. It is such a small amount of thread that we are going to need for that. And S is supposed to be the Coats of Clark color. Two. It looks like 3. Okay. I think we're as 3 separated as we can get there. Alright, so that other piece I'm going to put back on the card. Okay. So let's get back to it. There are times when I will work on projects upside down, just to make things a bit easier. Oh, seriously? Okay. And we'll get this all popped into here. So that. Oh, that did make it to a tropical storm. I wasn't sure if it was a tropical depression or if it had actually reached tropical storm status, and it looks like it did briefly reach tropical storm status. Okay, almost done. Nope, that's not cool. Alright, there we go. And I want another switch there. There we go. And it looks like we need a couple more stitchy poos. Right in here. Oh. Well, that was not what I wanted you to do. Alright. Okay, so alright, so let's leave that underneath there. Okay, and we'll do a snippy snip there. Okay. Now, we have to figure out, do we want to do fishy next, or do we want to get some more of the water done? And I'm kind of leaning towards maybe starting our fish. Question is, what color do we want our fish to be here? Originally thinking maybe some flounder fish colors, like, but it doesn't have to be traditional fishy colors. Um, hmm. Let's see. You know what? I am missing things. Here, I'm like, something doesn't seem right. Because I've got another box that was stacked underneath of something else. Okay. So, what color? What color do we want to do here? I mean, we could make all of them different colors, but that might be a little much. How about we go with maybe Hmm. I mean, that might be a little weird, but we have a try. So maybe we do like mostly green with some of that other color striping. There. We'll try it. If there are green fish out there. Okay, let's see. I think that is 3 and 3. Come on. Everything is trying to fight me today. 1, 2, 3. You're just gonna be difficult today. It's just gonna be difficult today. That is 2 and 3. Alright, let's see. Oh my goodness, no matter what end I try to do this from, it's usually not this fighty. This is just being disastrous here. Alright, you know what? No, it was stuck. As much as that pisses me off. It did not want to undo. Is it just the way this one is twisted? This is crazy. Come on. Why are you being such a chode? It just wants to be chode-like, apparently. Alright, so we did get that one undone. I kind of got mad at this one. It was like, nah. Yeah, no, this one's a lost cause. Okay, that's fine. I'm just not gonna worry about it. Be salty about it, sure. Worry about it, Okay. So. Yeah, okay, so that stuff just stayed north of us and is kind of fizzling out, and that is just fine as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Trim that end off. Yeah, like I wasn't real sure about this color, but we've got so much blue in here, I kind of don't want to do more blue. I don't want to like overdo the blue. And we have pretty, not super extensive, but we've got a decent color library to pull from. Okay. So I'm gonna go this way on the tail, so that way when I do some stripies on the tail, it makes a little sense, a little more sense. And I'm not fighting against the stitching going up and down. Okay. Alrighty. So, I mean, it's an interesting color. Just kind of at a loss of what color to make it, right? Because we've got a bunch of pink in here. We've got a bunch of blue in here. Alrighty. So I'm a little crooked here, but I think we are okay. on this side. Sorry, I realized my Kindle screen had frozen up there for some reason. Not sure what all happened there. So, we've actually gotten a fair bit done so far tonight. Got got some more of our dark blue water area worked in there. We've been fighting with our thread all night. Because, of course, that's the kind of night it's been. And we got our eye finished up finally. Get my thumb out of the way. Because that was a little close there. Okay. Just trying to straighten up those stitches there. Because we got a bit crooked. It happens. And normally I don't care when I'm doing something like this. Alright, this is kind of an abstract, sort of abstract, sort of, you know, vibes project for the most part. We're not really doing anything super fancy on this guy. Now, if we were doing a kit or something else where our stitches needed to be a specific way and more polished, then yeah. That would be a problem. But over here is fine. Do you think we're gonna have to rethread this needle here fairly soon, though? Right, because this guy was pretty wide. Right, so that ate up that thread fairly quickly. That piece off there. Oh. See if I can get you woven through here. There we go. Good enough. I just needed to find a way to anchor that in there. Alright, so let me trim that off. And this guy back in the clip. Alright. So let's get our other bit of thread. Alright, there we go. Alright, so let's get that kind of, try to get that sorted. That was a terrible knot job. Well, I mean, it's secure. Alright. Dive on back in. Let's see, I'm going to raise that a bit so I can see what the heck is happening here. Okay. Almost done the main part of our fishy tail here. So we'll do the finny fins. In our green color, I think. And then maybe the body in that like vanilla ivory color. And then we can do a little bit of stripey on the fins to maybe tie that to the body. All right, so I think that's okay. That's my knot. And I'm paranoid about stuff getting all snagged up now after the way everything's been fighting me today. If anything feels remotely off, I'm like, we need to check it. because I would rather double check while it's in a position that I can kind of maybe try to fix it a little bit. Alright, let's see. Will this be the last one I put on that fin? Alright, and get that one there. And then this guy. Okay, so now I think I decided that this was part of our fish. Like, I wasn't 100% sure. But the more I looked at it, the more the shape looked like it was, in fact, a finny friend here. So, where are we? There we are. Oh, great. I'm really happy with how the landscape one is coming out that I'm working on. And that is one that, dang it. That is one that I am mirroring the pattern off of a Bob Ross tutorial. It's not a Bob Ross embroidery kit pattern. I did the pattern based off a sketch I made from the finished painting from season 1, episode 1 of Joy of Painting. And I did change up the colors a bit because that one was very yellow. And I just didn't want to stitch that degree of yellow because that would have been a lot of different shades of yellow. But I am fairly happy with how that's coming out. I showed that a little bit earlier in the stream. I can show it again if anybody is wanting to see how that is going. Getting a lot closer to being done that. Perhaps when I'm done this fin here. Okay, so this is where that one is sitting so far. I'm not quite done, but I'm getting there. It's pretty close to my sketch that I did too, which is a plus. Because that doesn't always work out for me. Not always the best at getting the sketch to transfer over to the actual thing. Alright. So I don't know if this part is supposed to be fin or body. I think it's supposed to be fin. You know what? It doesn't really matter. It's not that big of a deal. Starting to see him becoming a fishy shape. I mean, you can kind of see his fishy shape anyway, to a degree. But with the stitching going in over top of him, is starting to take on some life here. We've got a little crabby guy over here. That might be a little bit of a challenge to get him all worked in there. Okay. So, like I said, we might take one stream to do the stitching in the background, maybe more than one. Just to kind of get that caught back up. But that's probably going to be a little bit easier for me to do off stream for the most part. I mean, once we get down to everything else being done aside from that, then we'll obviously be streaming that part. But I am trying to get that worked on during non-streamy times during the week. And I have just short to finish this bit. But you know what? That's okay, because I still have another thing to go still. Alright. Let me try to get that woven in here. Really? Is that both pieces? Yeah, I guess so. Alright. Don't think I had used both, but maybe I did. Okay, let's try that. 1, 2, 3. Come on. Yeah, no, this one's just... Usually I can get the threads pulled out here without too much trouble here. This color, though, I've never had a color behave quite this stubbornly. That's just being crazy silly. Is it just the way I am grabbing them? It never really seemed to matter before. Let me try it from the other end. Oh boy. I just can't heck and win here. This is crazy. Wow. This color can just get screwed here. Nothing I'm doing. Well, I managed to salvage some of it. Alright, we'll see what we can make happen with this. Okay. Alright, yes, I know it's upside down. Sometimes I work on stuff upside down so that I can reach it. Because that's important. Right? Like, I need to be able to reach it. I am starting to regret this color choice only because it's been fighting me every step of the way. Whoop, that was interested. So I do have another like split right there. Okay, that's a little better. Alright, so I've got one more fin. On the top to do. And then the body, I'm gonna make that cream buttery yellow color. And I'd like to do a little bit of striping on the tail. We'll see if I actually end up doing that. Okay, so then that's going to be that other color. And we've got that color. How about we do a green fishy eyeball? And then I've got this last finny guy up here. Make sure I keep my finger out of the way. Okay, so hope everybody had a good day today. Hope y'all are staying safe with this crazy weather in the middle of the country. We actually seem to be dodging it in our neck of the woods. It stayed north of us. At least as of right now, it seems to be staying north of us. So, sorry, Missouri, but you can keep that. No thanks. I do not want it. Don't want it. That's fine. You all can keep that. There's a chance that we could get something tomorrow late, like very late, like into Friday late. But we will see. How those things pan out. Because they keep changing the forecast here almost hourly at times, it feels like. It'll be like, oh yeah, it's gonna be raining and storming and all of that jazz. And then like 3 hours later you go and check it to see if they fine-tune the timing and it's missing and it's like, excuse me. I thought you were forecasting this, this, and this. So like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then you feel like a crazy person. So it's like, I know I saw the thing. And now here you are trying to act like I didn't see anything. So since that was a smaller length of thread, I mean, I could probably try to get one more in there, but at the same time, wasn't all that much left. We'll see how far this one gets us. Alright, let's see here. I might have just enough left on this. So let's grab the things and stuff. And let's carry on with our fishy fin here. Might have to battle this thread one more time. See if I can get a little bit more separated, since it wants to fight me so bad. Where are we? Where are we? There we are. A little bit harder to find the needle. So I made this pattern, right? Put it on here with the help of some stencils and printed the font out. Got that traced on there and everything. Then I took some hot glue after watching somebody else do something similar and did the hot glue over top of the design, then painted all of it black because I wanted the black background. But I probably could have left it all white since I'm going to be doing the black stitching in the background anyway. But the black also helps hide any thin spots where the thread isn't 100% covering in the background. I've got a couple thin spots here and there. It's really more noticeable when it's like right up in your face. Oh goodness, this is gonna be, yeah, I'm gonna be just short because of the direction that I decided to go in here. Oh, maybe not. No, I probably will be. Oh, that's gonna be heartbreaking. To be, well, maybe we won't be. I feel like I'm gonna be like 2 stitches short here. Maybe 3. No, no, no. Dang it. Okay. Can I get one more? If I can at least get one more in here, I can deal with the rest of it with the black thread. Alright, good enough, right? Okay. Our Frankenfish here. We've got coming in here. If I can get, hello, there we go. Maybe. Okay, let's not pull off the needle yet, please. Okay. So, do that. That over there. Okay. So, now, just making sure that it's on the stretcher bar. So now I've got our little buttery cream color here. So how do I want to do this? I'm probably going to go this way. It's probably going to be the easiest. Okay. So let's see if we can get this brand. Now see, this one is, yeah, see that one separated just fine. And the other colors have separated for the most part just fine. Just that one particular shade just wanted to fight me like crazy. For unknown reasons. Oh, I had it, but I'd only, like, just had it, and my finger accidentally pulled it right back out. Okay, get that. Trim that off. Okay, now. Alright, let me readjust here. Okay. So let's get this guy started. So that's like why some of the sea life here looks a little strange, and that is because I stenciled or used stencils getting. Hi! Excuse me! Do you mind? Yes, that's my nose. Sir, no, no, no. Hi. This is Bean, the bringer of chaos. Sir! How am I supposed to do anything? Oh my god. Mr. Bean! Mr. Bean, I'm in the middle of something here. Yes, you're very cute. Sir? He has no concept of personal space. Everything is his, and everything is in his way. And when he wants attention, he is going to get it one way or another. aren't you? Hi. We talked about this earlier, and how I said you couldn't lay on this while I was working on it. And here you are. You just waltzed right up here out of nowhere. Why are you whapping me in the... No, you're not gonna bite my nose. Sir. It's a good thing he's cute. He's almost a year old. Hi. Hi, brat. He's mostly black. The way the light hits him in certain spots, he's got some like reddish brown in him too. And a couple of spots of white. Like hairs, white hairs. Hi. Hi, bringer of chaos. Kitty, same here. Our beautiful kids. Yours is 14 now. He's almost a year old, we think. We ended up fostering him the very end of July, beginning of August, I think. He had a couple adoptions fall through, and they didn't end up calling us to take him back into foster. They decided that they were going to put him in a charity space up in the one pet store, but it was coming into the end of September, beginning of October. And we've got some strange, interesting people around this area, and I was concerned with a small black kitten going into public view adoption in a pet store coming into Halloween. So, I was like, oh no. So, we ended up deciding to tell them that we would take him permanently after all.
Really? Because as I remember it, you convinced.
Yeah.
Credit where it's due, you convinced.
It didn't take much convincing though.
No, it really didn't. Cause I'm not gonna fight you on something like that. Don't be silly.
Do you see him?
Yeah, I see him on the screen.
Like,
I see him fucking just sitting there
doing
on your project.
fine.
Hey, you know what? You remember all those times you complained that you don't have a desk cat and none of the cats love you, none of them are your cat?
Yeah, he's my cat, alright. We've got a total of 5 cats. I'm not sure how old the oldest one is. The oldest one might be...
He's like 13 or 14 now.
Yeah, because he's around the same age as...
Cow's getting old.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, that's why we're not oil... Hey, no. That's why we're not oil painting right now. Because he'll just jump in the middle of it. I can't eat anything and be in reach of him. I was eating Rice Krispies this morning, and he was fascinated. No, let go. He was fascinated with my bowl, and he kept pulling my bowl to him so he could eat out of it.
He's got a thing for rice grain.
Yeah, rice Krispies. Like, I poured the cereal in my bowl, turned around to get milk out of the fridge. The milk wasn't even in there yet, mind you. And I turned back, and somebody's face was in my cereal, and they looked up, and there was Rice Krispies stuck to their nose. I was like, excuse me. Do you need to go to bed? I could have helped you. Thank you. Get back to what we're doing now. No, those are my feet. He likes my feet, too, really bad. Ever since we ended up with him, he's been attacking my feet. He's such a brat, too, because when he doesn't want to do something, he lets you know he doesn't want to do it. He was on top of our guinea pig cage. We have chicken wire around the guinea pig cage, to keep tiny paws from getting in there and poking pigs, or at least that's the idea. There's a small gap, and he found the gap. And we have a blanket covering the gap, but he keeps moving it. But I went to pick him up to move him, and he started biting my arm. He didn't break the skin, but he definitely had a hold of me, and I was telling him to stop. And when I finally put him down, I had a red mark. Well, this is what's left of the bruise. It was like black and purple. I'm like, dude, honestly now. But he's one of he's one of our furry children. So we've got a total of 5 cats. He is the youngest. And we have 2 dogs currently. Small dogs. One dog is, we think, 13 going on 14. I think he'll be 14 in September, maybe. Keeping track of animal birthdays is a little difficult. And at least for us. And then the other dog, we think she's maybe 6 or maybe she's 8 now. I'm not sure. She's an older Shih Tzu. So it can be quite a zoo around here at times. Move that. All right, let's see. Hopefully, he doesn't come back and start trouble. Hopefully. Oh, and we've got, what, 3 guinea pigs currently. I used to have a pig cam, but the pigs aren't in the room where I'm streaming right now. You can tell from how quiet it is. Because the last time we had them in the same room that I was streaming in, every time one of us had to get up real quick, they would go off, or if somebody went into the kitchen. I do apologize if my hat pops into view. I had to put that on to keep the hair out of my face. So I've got a fan running. Did the noise stop? Or is it still going? Because my mic's been silly lately. Hopefully, it's behaving. I recorded like 4 videos and didn't know it was being staticky at one point. So tomorrow, the plan is to needle felt. That is the plan. We'll see what the weather is going to be tomorrow. So they're originally saying spicy skies, and the older dog he gets real bad storm anxiety, where it takes both the husband and I kind of corralling him, holding him, sitting on him, wrapping him in a blanket, trying to keep him from hurting himself. He's like 20 pounds. So fortunately, it's not like a 150-pound dog. But he's still a handful. So make sure y'all are following on Blue Sky, because I do post there when I go live, or you can have notifications turned on here. Whatever. I think they might have moved the storms back to like early morning Friday though, or moved them ahead rather. So we might be okay to get tomorrow's stream in. I hope we can, because I've really got to get started on the Christmas gifts, because we are embroidering them this year. And I'm trying, I know people are gonna be like, oh god, it's too early to talk about that. Not when you have to make the shit. And I'm doing embroidery kits for everybody. Well, one, two, 3 people are getting embroidery kits. And then 2 people are getting embroidery pieces that I have to design from scratch. So, or at least from photos that, and I have to figure out all the colors myself. And I also have a YouTube channel where I archive all of the live streams, or at least like 99% of them. And everybody gets their own playlist depending on what we're doing. So if we're painting, that has a playlist. Needle felting, thread painting, tissue paper art, different games that we've live streamed, all of that is over there. Plus, there's some stuff that I haven't live streamed over there. Don't do that. Got all tangled. So I've also got stuff over on the YouTube channel that we haven't live streamed, such as Little Known Galaxy that I'm in the middle of wrapping up now. I've got 6 episodes left of that to go up. We've done Honey, I Joined a Cult, Bear and Breakfast. There's some different art projects that I didn't live stream that I recorded and then did speed paintings, if you will, of. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. There's the big tissue paper project that I did. That took me 7 months. Almost a full 7 months to do, which is why I didn't live stream it. And then it took me almost another 4 months to edit the footage. And even sped up and cut down drastically. I think the entirety of that project was like a 7-hour video. But that was a tissue paper art where I took a 36 by 48 canvas and did a sunset with some flamingos on it. I kind of didn't know what to do with myself when I was done working on it. I was like, I'm done! I'm free! And I was like, now what? I took like a week or 2. Hi, that's my foot again. No. You better be. No! That is my foot! Mr. Bean! Mr. Bean, don't you bite me. Is it time for you to go to bed, Mr. Bean? He actually sleeps in a separate bedroom that we have because he is still a little too kitteny. And the second we go to bed, he's into everything on our desks, like destroying everything. He rips apart the husband's Lego maple bonsai tree. He's ripping apart my desk, trying to eat scissors, like everything that could hurt him, he's trying to eat. So for his own safety and our sanity, he... Excuse me! Hey, 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 hey! Get your nails out of my heel, boy. You're gonna get sprayed in a second. Alright, that's it. I have to keep a spray bottle handy. He doesn't like it. It puts out a very fine mist. Oh my goodness. Made me forget what I was saying. So yeah, I'd taken like a week or two to like decompress after I finished that project before I started working on the editing for it, but I'm really enjoying working on the embroidery stuff. This is a pattern I made based off of a Bob Ross painting. I'm not done yet, still working on it. But I changed some of the coloring and kind of designed it based off of a Bob Ross painting. But I had to figure out all those colors on my own. And I did, well, I am in the middle of recording that one. So that'll end up on the channel eventually, on the YouTube channel eventually, as a speed paint situation. I've started to edit that footage, but I'm also still recording it, so. We're going to be doing Bookshop Simulator on the YouTube channel as soon as Little Known Galaxy wraps up. So I need to get to editing that footage. But yeah, I've got some kits to do for Christmas. And if I end up doing them all on stream, I'm going to have to start them soon. So my mom's getting one kit that I'm deeply concerned about doing. Because I don't understand what the one stitch is supposed to be. So, I could not find any information on what stitch they were talking about. So, let me see. Where... You're not directly behind me, are you? I don't want to roll over your feet. I got a backpack here that I keep all of my stuff in. Okay, so... Okay, so this is the one that my mom is getting. It's supposed to be chickens with some holly and stuff. This is the one I'm concerned about because it says on there a fancy free stitch. What is a fancy free stitch? Couldn't find any information on what that could possibly be. The husband's aunt is going to be getting this. Which is a cardinal. Let's see, what stitches are on here? Outline stitch, long short, satin, long short, outline French knot. Okay, these all look... Okay, those are fine. I love these hoops, by the way. I love it. They lock the fabric in there really well. Yeah, I'm going to be very, very busy. And then the mother-in-law is probably going to be getting this one. But then I have to do one for my brother. that I have to make the pattern for. I'm going to be doing either a marlin or a sailfish or something, because I couldn't find one for that in a pre-made kit ready to go with all the thread colors and everything. And then the husband, we're gonna attempt to do a pigeon. And also, well, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that for Christmas. The second one. I also have something else that I can do for him too. But that might not be doable for Christmas. I might not have time. So, I mean, those kits aren't too terribly large, I don't believe. So, I'll find out when we start the first one. So, I might have to do an extra stream day for a little bit to get started on those, but I need to finish that Bob Ross inspired one first because I need the embroidery stand. Because that hands-free stand has made life so much easier. Technically, this is a hands-free stand, but I do not have the hand strength to tighten it enough to keep it hands-free. It keeps like wobbling all over, and then I end up having to use a hand to hold it anyway. The other one, much easier. Much, much easier. Alright, so working on the body of our fishy friend here. So what time is it? Alright, we might get fishy friend here completed tonight, which would be fantastic. Because we've missed a stream or two on this one because I had a migraine. And then weather was an issue the 1 week. So I'm a little bit behind on the needle felting project that we're currently working on. I think I can get one more. Where's my... Where are you? There you are. I think I can get one more. Oh, no. One more stitch in here. I think. That didn't cover where I wanted it to cover. Alright, that's fine. Sorry about the thud there. There we go. I was gonna say, I know there's a stitch I can stick this under here. Alright. So let me snip that off. I could have tried to go a little bit further, but that was so wide I didn't think I was gonna have enough to weave under left. At least I've gotten Mr. Bean to sort of calm down. When he was kitteny, he was obsessed with jumping on my PC tower. He'll still do it from time to time, but it was like every 3 minutes he was doing it. And he kept unseating or loosening the connection on one of my RAM sticks. So then I'd start having errors and stuff would start crashing. and I'd keep getting these like messages about some kind of kernel failure, and then everything would just start restarting on me, and I'm like, what is happening? It's because of him. 100% because of him. So we reseated everything and he stopped doing it, and I stopped getting the messages popping up. Such a brat. But, so we try to keep busy. I know I haven't done as much, needle felting as I had for a while. But, the embroidery has been holding my attention quite a bit more lately. I still enjoy needle felting, but I do have some issues with my neck, so the needle felting can be a little jarring at times on that. Dang it. There I go again. And then back up through the hole I just went down. If I could stop doing that when I'm not trying to do that, that'd be great. Seems to be one of my special talents is coming right back up the hole I just went down through. Without trying to. It's rather vexing at times. So yeah, that got a little skewed diagonally by accident. But at this point, I'm just gonna roll with it, because it's fine, right? It just means we're using a bit more thread than I had planned on. But this shade of thread is from the multi-pack that I had ended up getting when I thought I was going to run out doing one of the kits I did for my mom last year. So I was like, I mean, it is using it up. And when I get down to just about nothing left on this shade, I will take the little bit that's left and try to color match it to DMC, which I can replace a little more readily. Because this thread right here is from Coates and Clark, from a multi-pack of them from Walmart. Not a single one of these colors is color numbered. So I can't replace that specific color, at least I haven't found a way to, without color matching it to DMC. Which is slightly frustrating, but not a whole lot I can do about that. But yes, so probably 2 more weeks before Bookshop Simulator shows up on the YouTube channel. I was doing Dinkum. I'm taking a small break from Dinkum. Dinkum might be a little too open-ended for me at the moment, because I'm just kind of like, okay, now what? And everything is taking so many resources to do. I don't know if I just like rushed through a section of it that I shouldn't have, or what. But that's okay. We can take a small break from that. and I popped back to Stardew Valley. So we're doing Stardew Valley now for a little bit on Tuesdays. And Wednesday and Thursday we're doing artsy craftsy things. Sometimes we're going to be working on this. Sometimes we're going to be working on those Christmas kits. Sometimes we're going to be doing some needle felting, maybe some painting. We could do some more tissue paper art at some point. I'm probably going to do some more painting at some point. Some more gouache painting, more than likely. Still feel like, yeah, that's a little. It feels a little thin. But I don't know. That might just be how that's gonna be. So all of this is gonna get black stitched in the background, so that's why this looks different. This is darker here because that got black embroidery thread on the background. Oh, we're half off the screen here. There we go. I forgot we flipped it. I had to adjust the camera. So this section here has black embroidery thread in the background, and this section doesn't. So I'm up to about here. So you can see how the coral bits in here look a little bit cleaner than they do, say, over here. And that's because I didn't get quite that far yet. But the plan is to do all of the backgrounds in the black thread. I don't know if I'm going to need to get more black thread. I think I've got enough. We'll find out, I guess. I still have a fair number of bobbins of it. Or thread cards of it, whatever you want to call them. See what happens. But I might have to add in a Saturday night stream here and there. I probably won't put it on the schedule on the channel. It'll just be a bonus thing when it happens. Or I might have to temporarily put a pin on the current needle felting project to get started on the Christmas stuff. What are you caught on? Caught on yourself? Caught on yourself. Okay. I might have gotten caught on the hot glue. Sometimes it can get a little snaggy if I go through the glue. Don't know why, but you like how the black on the left looks wet too. Black on the left looks wet. Here? Like in here? That is the hot glue. That's the light reflecting off of it. It's... Oh, the whole thing? Okay, I gotcha.
Oh, didn't you use the same paint for the entire background and everything? Didn't you just paint the whole thing over?
Yeah, so I put the hot glue down, and then I had Liquitex black, was it Mars Black, I think? That I painted over top of it. And, I need to do another round of some kind of black paint when I'm done. I was originally going to do it in a different shade of black that was a bit matte. Because I have to clean up the edges. Because they're kind of scuffed up around in here. And there's all kinds of marks and stuff on it. For some reason, the Liquitex dried super, super shiny. It was not a gloss paint. It wasn't supposed to be. Like the Artist Tube Liquitex. I think it was Liquitex Basics. And I do apologize. I do have the piece upside down at the moment. So it's just easier to reach what I needed to having it closer. Okay, how do I want to do this? Alright, so let's move over to, oh, what did, excuse me. This thread tonight, all of it, both brands, the Coats & Clark and the DMC, have just been trouble tonight. Must be something in the air. That's fine. Okay. And the black stitching, when I've gotten the colors put in, is also helping to take care of any of the weirdness from my needle pokes through the canvas. So it's cleaning up like any of the weird white bits in here. It's not showing as strong on the camera as it is. You can see it, a better example of it here along the edge. So that's all that white is from me poking up with the needle. So I'm hoping that my next pass of black paint, when I'm all done, will take care of that. If not, then I'm going to have to carefully run a straight stitch of black through that. We will see when I get there. It's going to be a while before I have to really worry about that. Let's see. I am probably going to have to rethread this. More than likely. That's not too bad. Kind of got that covered up there. So I'm hoping with how long my thread is here. Oh no, wait, this is the second one. I will need to cut another bit of thread. That's fine. Let's see. Can we get one more? Just. Okay. Let me pop that up. It's a little bit wide there, so I don't want to risk trying to get one more and not have enough to weave under here. Okay. And put that over there. Alright, so let's get a little bit more of the thread. Okay, that's probably a good amount. I definitely have to get some more of these thread boxes though. I've got a couple of color collections that I've picked up recently that I don't have room to incorporate them into my boxes, but because they were like color sets and not like individual colors, I kind of want them to stay with their color sets, their color family. So I probably need maybe 3 more boxes. And I also need several more bobbin packs. Because, well, maybe maybe 2 more bobbin packs for right now. Because that blue set that I had to get to try to make sure we had enough of our blues for our water to get all the way across. That I haven't really carded yet. I've got a few more cards left. But I don't think I have enough. Wow, there's some really strange city names out there. I'm listening to the weather. I'm listening to the storm coverage from Ryan Hall in my ears. Obviously, I can't play it live because that's not my content. But he just said this one city name and he's like, what? I did not know there was a city named that. Fascinating. Apparently, there's a town called Sugar Tit. And I don't know where. That's a heck of a town name. And now I'm kind of intrigued. I don't know what state that was in. I don't know if it's Ohio or Kentucky. Let's see. Oh, my finger got. No, don't. Really? Like the first pull, you're gonna be silly? The first pull. My finger got all caught up in there. There we go. Yay. That was the easiest fix of the night. My goodness. I would like to finish our fishy here. I didn't end up putting the stripies on them. That might be a little much. Many towns and street names are kind of funny, or just not at all. Yeah. The town I grew up in, if you weren't from there, half the people couldn't pronounce it. Like, the way I'd hear people pronouncing, I'm like, no, no, no. That's not it. You're trying too hard. It's not that difficult. But you're way overthinking how to pronounce it. But I grew up in South Jersey, South New Jersey, outside of Atlantic City. We are currently in northwestern Arkansas. We ended up down here because the husband's family was down here and his mom was living down here, and he didn't want her to be down here alone anymore, and our current living situation was changing anyway, so we ended up down here. But now, ironically enough, the mother-in-law is not here, and we are in her house at the moment. She is back in the state that he's from at the moment with her sister. He grew up in New Hampshire. The irony is not lost on me. So we are not originally from this area. We might eventually leave this area, where it depends on some things that have to happen before that can happen. But we might move to maybe Virginia. That's where we're looking and information gathering. No? What is happening down here? Why are you being silly? Something's being silly here. Oh, my thread's getting... No, 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 no. Oh, the thread was getting pulled. Funny. Not quite sure what happened there. I was getting hung up on something. So we're thinking maybe Virginia. Yeah, with all the animals, it's not always easy. Yeah, and it would be quite a move, so... We, like, need to not have the guinea pigs for sure, because if they were the only animal, then that would be one thing, but they're not. So it might have to be where we're without dog and maybe a cat or two less at that point, but... What? Stop it. Because, you know, hotel rooms and pet fees, and they usually have a max of how many pets you can do, and If we tried to do it now, we'd probably have to end up with like 2 separate rooms. And my mom is also down here. It's a weird living situation. So that would be somebody else to move, and she can't really be left alone too much because she's not very stable on her feet anymore. She has fallen a couple times. She hasn't hurt herself, but I would not be comfortable leaving her alone with us trying to move animals, and I don't have anybody to animal sit part of the animal crew. So like we'd have to do everything in one go. So that would be quite a headache, honestly. What are you? Keep getting snagged on something. Nope. Maybe it's just this being silly. That's possible. Like I said, it's been one of those days. Yeah, like that's the best way I can put it. Quite the headache. Like we would have to have his mom helping to some degree. And as it is, we don't know if we want to do movers or if we want to do like a pod. It might end up being like a pod, whether it's the U-Haul version or the pods themselves. Because at least that we can take our time packing. And we've never like had to sell a house in one state and then buy a house in another. Living arrangements were already settled, and we were just moving from one person's house to another previously, so this is a whole new adventure. But we found an area of Virginia that we think will work with our budget constraints. We haven't done a visit yet to that area, which I would like to do at some point just to make sure that we're okay with it and that our bodies are okay with it, because our bodies are not happy where we are at. We are very much allergic to this area. No amount of allergy medicine is helping, and it's awful. And we know it's specific to this area because we leave this area and we feel so much better. We've even hopped the state line into Oklahoma to go to the zoo, and even for the couple hours that we're over there, we can definitely feel a difference. Yeah, pretty much. It's awful. I've been struggling with allergies pretty badly since we moved here, and that was like in 2012. Like, just feel like absolute crap. He's only recently started to really noticeably feel it quite significantly. But we've also noticed, yeah, whenever we go to the Tulsa Zoo in Oklahoma, which is not that far from where we are in Arkansas, as soon as we're out of the state, probably like maybe within a half an hour or so, our allergy issues start backing up. We've had to take my mom to Florida a couple times to see family. And dang it. And I'd say within maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours at the most of us exiting Arkansas, we're not even noticing our allergies bothering us anymore. It's awful. And I can't stand having to constantly be taking allergy medicine. And even that, it only helps for like a short amount of time. And then, I don't want to be constantly dealing with this. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have some allergy issues no matter where we go. I get that, but this is awful. Like, his chest will feel tight, and it's not a heart issue. We've been down that road before. And just the headaches, and it's just nonstop nonsense. The stuffiness, the sneezing, it's awful. We're also surrounded by hayfields, but I mean, there's hayfields that we drive past in Oklahoma too.
Are there? Because I don't recall that.
I've seen some of them, not quite the extent here, but I have seen some. But I think a big culprit is this seems to be these, oh, what is it? This type of, is it cedar? It has a specific name. Is it juniper slash mountain cedar? Is that what it is? It's something that's like specific to a swath coming out of Texas and like up into this area that seems to give me the most trouble. But we can definitely tell when they've cut the hayfields. And I know there might be some hayfield issue around the outskirts in Virginia, but I'm hoping that it's not quite as much here. We're also at a much higher elevation here than we've ever been anywhere else. Like, the part of Virginia we're looking at is half the elevation it is here. And of course, when we take my mom to Florida, there's like, it's flat, essentially, compared to here. And this one's just all sorts of jacked up. We moved to a town from out in the country 10 years ago now. Ugh. Yeah, like, I grew up in the suburbs. Like, and whenever my babysitter's like, oh, let's do a nature day and we're gonna collect stuff from the park and make something with it. Like, that night, forget it. Couldn't breathe, was stuffy as heck. Forget it. And we weren't out in the middle of the woods either. We were at this one park that had some pine trees and a small walking trail. And we collected some pine cones and some leaves off the ground. And I'm like, I don't want to do this activity. But like I said, I know I'm gonna have allergy issues no matter where I go, but everywhere that we've been since we've been here has been so much more manageable. Like, the entire time we were in Florida most recently over this past winter, like not the entirety of winter. We went the end, I think, of January, and we got stuck down there for like an extra week more than we planned on being there because there was an ice storm that I did not see anything about happening until after we were already in Florida. And I'm like, what do you mean about an ice storm? What do you mean? And apparently it was like one of the worst ice storms they had had. Part of the interstate was closed. That was our driving route for days. And the whole time we were there, I was a little stuffy. Just tiny bit. But it was nothing like I am here. Hi, Mr. Dog. What's the matter? What's the matter, Mr. Dog? Can I help you? I do not know what exactly the situation is. Are you hungry? Or are you mad that I haven't come to bed yet? Because I've got some news for you. It's going to be a few more minutes. I'm trying to finish this part that I am working on currently. But I don't know if you're looking for your second snack. Or I guess at this point it would be your third snack. You lived on and worked on a farm for many years since before moving, and that's where you first got the bad allergies, and that's not why you moved, but the adult kids wanted me there. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. But like I know for the guinea pigs, I am apparently allergic to Timothy hay. Timothy grass. And we found this out because every time I stuck my hands in the hay box to feed them, within 2 minutes of me feeding them, my hands started itching incessantly. And like I had them like just they were bright red from me scratching them so much. And I'm like, hey, I think I'm allergic to the hay. My husband's like, what? I said, I think I'm allergic to this hay. So, I can't really clean them or feed them their Timothy grass unless I've got gloves on. And even then my face will start to get a little itchy and I'll start to get sneezy on a particularly bad day. But you know, I used to take the Benadryl and I'm like, oh, I probably shouldn't be taking this much Benadryl, especially since it doesn't seem to be doing very much. So, I think I'm taking Claritin now. And that helps a little bit, but the max I can take on that is like 2 teaspoons over like a 24-hour period. And I swear it wears off with like 6 to 7 hours to go. And I'm like, no, no. I mean, it's, it helps the issues better, but ugh, it's not, it's frustrating. Alright, so we got that fishy in, and he's a little rough right now, but like I've said before, when I come back in with the black stitching, that'll clean up, we'll get him a little bit more defined. Now I did not add, where's my, oh, hang on, forgot, I need to be on camera here. I did not add my stripies, so I still have a good amount of thread left on that. Alright, we in frame, yeah, okay. So since we have a good bit, let's go ahead and maybe add some stripey boos. Because I originally said I was going to. And I feel like maybe I shouldn't cop out. But, you know, like my eyes get the brunt of it. They get so watery and so itchy. to the point where they'll hurt. It'll hurt to open them. They'll be so watery at times where I can't even really open my one eye. And where these extra lights on that I have on here are awful. The water would just be pouring out my eyes on my particularly bad days. So we can always tell when they've just cut the hay fields around here. We'll have an extra bad day and we're like, what is going on? And it's been super windy today, so that's certainly not helping matters. But when I woke up this morning, I was like, oh no. Oh no, it's going to be a bad day. Because my one eye didn't want to open, and I'm like, this is awful. But we're stuck here for the time being, so we kind of just have to figure it out. That's not so bad. That kind of ties that in a little bit more. So I guess, where's my, there we are. See if we can add a few more stripy guys. In here. I mean, it looks a little silly, but honestly, the whole thing's a little silly, so that's fine. Let's see here. That. And that. Oh, thank you. See if I can fill that little gap in there. I certainly wasn't sure what to expect from this when I first started working on it. Let's see. Oh. What? No, that's not what I... Can I get back down through the same hole? Hey! Alright, let's see if I can get a couple of stripies going this way. Trying to go that way was gonna be a little tricky, I think. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't you be starting. This thread tonight has been so sassy. Almost Mr. Bean level of sassy. Almost. We do have a younger female cat. She's our only female, actually. She's just spicy enough to give him a run for his money. And they seem to get along for the most part. She gets along with him about the best out of everybody. Because those two will probably be the last two cats standing out of our current group. Just because of their age, so it's good that they kinda have come to some sort of understanding between them. But she can be just as spicy in different ways. She does not back down from the boys. Sometimes she's causing the trouble. Alright, and there is that. Okay. So we've kind of tied some of the body color into the fins there. That's not so bad. Not so bad. Alright, let me move that out of there. I just didn't know what color to make him because I didn't want to go with another blue. I originally was saying maybe like blue and yellow, like Little Mermaid's Flounder, but then we've got so much blue going on here. I wasn't really sure how I felt about that after the fact. And I couldn't really go with pink. I mean, I could. It would have to be a very different shade of pink. But we've got a lot of pink with the name, and it was like right there. So I was like, I need something that's different. So that's the color I ended up going with. Alright, so let me get this tied off before I forget it's on there. I don't want a needle to go flying. As it is, I've got a little tiny candy container. I stole one of my husband's Altoids containers. And I glued a magnet in here. But I've been putting the needles that I'm currently using on. So at least that keeps it in one spot. So, we're getting there. So next time, we'll grab our light blue. And we'll start filling in around this guy and finish up that one. And I'll probably take that light blue to here. Maybe. And then this blue will fill in around down to here. We've got another fishy here. I think I know what color I'm going to do him. And we have a plant down here. I'll pick a shade of green for that. And then we've got a couple more dark blues in here that we need to do. All of this is dark blue. This is a shell in here. I've got another starfish, a crab, another shell like this one over here. We actually have another starfish there. I've got a second turtle here. So we've got a turtle here, and then I've got another one here, and then I've got one more jellyfish guy. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly. But thank you guys for, if I can keep it in frame here. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. I do appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. I plan to be back tomorrow. So that we can work on our needle felted flamingo-y guy. Get all the fuzz off of him. So we haven't gotten very far. I'm still working on the background colors. I did extend it out a little bit further just to make sure I had enough room. So a lot of that might get trimmed up, but we will see how all that goes. I do need to add a bit more blue in here, and we need some blue in there. But I'm going to try to take some polyfill and dab in a base of the clouds and then add the color on top of it just to try to give it a little bit more fluffy effect, maybe. Not a whole lot in here because I have to get the frame over top of it, but maybe just a little. And then I might try to add a little bit more to the body. So this guy's going to take a little bit of time to work on. So yeah, I might add a day to work on the other stuff once I get that other embroidery done. But we're going to work on that tomorrow. And then Friday we'll be knocking everything over. We'll be in Planet Zoo picking up where we left off on our children's zoo. And so I thank you guys for joining me tonight. Appreciate it. appreciate the subs and the follows and all of it. I hope everybody has a good night. Stay safe with the weather because it's been crazy tonight. And I hope to see everybody tomorrow. So until next time, you guys, have a great one.